sudah dapat. Lihat sudah dapat. Lihat sudah bagus. Lihat sudah dapat.
Hello, how is everyone doing tonight? It's Sunday, April 4th, and I'm trying something a little different than usual. Never mind that the green screen is totally whacked right back here. This will get fixed someday. And I'm about to switch views, so it will go away shortly. Anyway, I just need to set the correct capture view, and then we'll be off and running as soon as I can find Lightroom. Which actually, I guess I'll have to also change this between Lightroom and Photoshop later, but for the moment, we're focused all on Lightroom. Okay, that's the right window. Now to get it positioned correctly, and ooh, that could be a problem. How did I solve this before? I think it was... Let's see, did I have to do... I believe I solved this by doing a desktop capture, but limiting it to the Lightroom window size. That could actually be a bit of a problem. Okay, I've got to move that window over, and I guess I can leave that one where it's at. That shouldn't be a problem. And then we will hide... Oh, wait, I can't do that. I guess I'll just drag all my browser windows over to the laptop. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. I'll save that. Let's see, desktop capture, or display capture, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. But we crop it to a window, which is Lightroom. Correct? Hey, it works. Okay, so... And, oh, hey, yeah, leave cursor on, for surezies. Now we need to move that down in order. Turn off capture those items. Let's see, and we don't need to be in... I'm just positioning this so it actually looks good. And by so it looks good, I'm really just being needlessly optimistic. Oh crap, it's also gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I don't do window zooming. Okay. Just for context, this is about where I'm at. I think that's good. How much am I missing off of that control? Oh, not much. If I size to about there. Yeah, I don't care about the rest. Okay, I think that's good. Transition that in, and let's see. Let's also move me. just a little bit more out of the way. Need to lock that, select that, and we'll just nudge my webcam view so I live a little bit more in the corner. And yeah, every time I do a big super zoom, whether on purpose or on accident, you're gonna see what I see, which is possibly gonna look really weird. Okay, cool. Now I'm mostly out of view. Or rather, my webcam's mostly out of the way. Okay, and because of the way I had to position things... Oh, you know, actually, I can move this back. So, we do something like this. That should be good, I think. I could use a better way of doing this, but for tonight, it's, I think, about as good as we're gonna get. Oh, and let's pull up, where's it at? Where's it at? Yeah. Get all these windows out of the way in case I decide to pop up at random. Okay. Be nice if I could just have a whole separate display for this. Okay. No one has joined us yet, which I'm not sure if I'm surprised or not. Anyway, so now that we're however long into this, we are about 30 minutes. So quick heads up, I am using, for anyone who is curious and to give some degree of credit here, I am using music from Audionautics. Link is down in description. It is royalty-free music. Or supposedly, at least the website claims it is. So hopefully that's actually true. If it's not, I believe his name was Jason Shaw. Is that right? Yes, Jason Shaw. I will be coming for you if you make claims on this video. Let's see. Otherwise, let's see. Am I forgetting anything before I continue? I don't think so. So, I was in the process of picking photos, but I actually didn't quite finish. So, I'm going to do a little bit more culling of photos before actually starting on edits. You can't see what I'm scrolling through, but I do have a fairly large selection still to go through. Initially, what I'm going to be doing is... Oh, actually, I wonder if I can turn up... 1 second. We're going to do a quick... Let's see if we can do a performance boost. That would be awesome. No, I don't think that is possible anymore. Okay. Not that it's a big deal, but Lightroom runs slow. Anyway, what I typically do when I'm... Did I already pick this one? I may have. Anyway, like always, I picked up a couple of... I usually get a few different photos, all roughly about the same, and my culling process, it usually involves kind of picking through them to see what I can find that may be wrong, maybe good, maybe bad. I remember being... I think I want to stick with this look. So out of this group, I had several others. Most of these were about the same. I did a little bit of a few settings changes, stuff like that. But kind of like this one. Okay, this that's what, number 38 versus that one. It's actually tough. Yeah, let's stick with the other one. I feel like 38 might be a little hard to recover. Yeah, some of these ended up way darker than they should have. Anyway, yeah, so I posed the shot, and then I got quite a few different images from it. Now, this one, or this lineup that I did here, I really would like, except I didn't notice it at the time. But what really bothers me about this is this sky. Not really digging the look of that sky. It's a little, obviously it's blown out. That's kind of a problem. I'm sure, actually I bet if I pull down the whites a bit, pull down the highlights probably a lot. Yeah, I can recover a crap load of the trees, but I don't want to. They just don't look good. And honestly, I don't know how much it's showing up on the video, but yeah, they look janky and weird, which sucks because I actually really like what's happening here in terms of perspective, but yeah, I'm just not digging this image as it stands. So, or rather, I don't like having the blown out sky right there. Yeah, see, the lighting on this, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Anyway, so skipping through a few. Okay, this one actually, I remember liking this one too. Even though it has a tiny bit of sky in it, that's fine. I don't care that there's a little bit of sky there. That's good. And the whole purpose of this shot was to show, here's literally all the things you have to bring with you when you fly the DJI FPV. And this might not look like a lot in this shot. I've got a different shot that honestly makes it a lot more obvious. But man, it is a lot of stuff. I literally just, I don't want to say filled a backpack, but every time I wanted to take this anywhere to fly it, because I didn't want to get scratches on stuff, I put everything in separate like compartments or spaces. But this seriously takes up a good half of a backpack. It is not a lightweight or a small drone to carry with you, which bothers me. It was genuinely a problem, and they don't give you, they don't really have a proper carrying case. They do have a backpack for it, but the backpack is sold very separately, and it's not ideal in my opinion. Let's see. I'm gonna have to fix the orientation on this one for sure. Yeah, I don't think I like this perspective. Okay, let's come back here to, yeah, that angle. Okay, the problem I have with this angle It is shooting into this. Ooh. But maybe if I fix the orientation on this. Let's see. R. That's the button I'm going to have to try to remember. Okay. The log technically is not actually level, but it, for our purposes, it looks level. Okay. And maybe what I'll do too, might actually just bring this up. I don't actually care about doing edits at the moment, but I'm looking at this and I want to see what kind of thing I'm probably going to get toward. So, bring up the shadows a little. Blacks. Yeah. I can barely nudge the blacks, but I don't want to completely change their tones. Okay, actually this looks good. I can work with this. Let's see, let's also... AP does not typically do photos in reviews like this, but I love doing photos like this in reviews. I like something that's full width, covers a space to kind of convey what it is you're dealing with. This one's still a little haphazard. I kind of wish I had a different shot of this, but we'll see. Oh, okay, wait. I wanted to... Let's put that as a pick. Okay, and I'm going to skip past these. Really quick, I wonder how much I could recover from this. I bet it's a lot, but it just doesn't look like it from here. Oof, bringing up the blacks barely does anything. Let's see about shadows. Shadow actually does a lot of recovery on this. What about the two together? That actually brings back a lot. Ironically, the part I just don't like this background. What are the odds that we drag the highlights way down and get something usable? No. That's not good. Ironically, I wonder if, actually, what about, this is a weird thing to do, but let's really just kill all the background color. Not that far. Not to the point of actual dead. Okay, let's bring the yellows down a lot. That's where a lot of that color is coming from. Kill the green. Aqua's barely making a difference. Blue? No. We lose too much of our stuff. Yeah, there's no saving this shot. It's a shame. Okay. This is, of course, what I use for the cover of this stream. Which I really actually love these shots. Okay, and I'm thinking about making this the hero image for the review. Because it's got so much texture and color to it. Let's see. Angling towards this one. That's what, 63? Or no, 83. Okay, I'm actually going to jump to the... Where are we at? Okay, I'm jumping to the end here because 9 times out of 10 my best shots came at the end of a batch. Okay, I'll have to fix the fact that I captured my backpack up in the top corner there. But let's see. Yeah, no on this. I don't know, this tighter shot really is tempting. One thing I want to make sure of. Not that it matters, but I'm wondering what you can see in this reflection. It's clearly a building and I'm just silhouetted, so that's not actually a problem. Though, it might be me right there. It's impossible to tell. Which is good. I didn't want this to be super visible. Kind of really dig having that stump there in the background. Though it's slightly too level with the propeller. This gives a little better separation. Actually, I think this has to be it. As I look through all the rest of these, they all have something about them I kind of don't love. Though I like this original one too. Okay, I'm going to put both of those in the pick list and then make a decision after that. Let's see, we also had here at the end the Predator shot. Okay, this one in particular is out of focus, so we're just going to kill that one. This, the focus isn't perfect, but oof. The focus actually grabbed hold of this back propeller. Oh, and I guess the front line propeller here. Yeah, that makes sense. We get... let's... Ooh. I think I like this one. Any focus issues? No. Now this could be a winner for one thing I really want to show off. That's, what, 98. How about this one? Oh, wait. Let's see. 98. Versus 100. Doesn't really matter. 98's a little better just for cropping purposes. Less sky, more forward stuff. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna throw a pick on 98. I'm gonna quit a couple of apps here. Not that I think it makes a huge difference, but hopefully, let's see, I'm gonna kill also, what can I shut down here? Because Lightroom isn't too bad, but I can feel my cursor just slightly crawling. I've got enough stuff running on here all at once that I think this is possibly kicking the computer's butt just enough. Also, just because emptying trash. Okay, okay, so we have that pick. Here's the other one. I got this shot with the very specific intent of showing off how much this drone looks kind of like this sounds weird, but it looks like an insect. Yeah, I like this more. Let's see. This kind of shows off the insect aspect a little better, but it's not loving it. This might be the best. I don't like that one. It's a little too much bloom. Yeah, let's put a pick on that. It may or may not be a keeper, but I feel like I can work with it. Okay, then I took the drone out to the river. This sucks. Can I fix this? Let's drag down the highlights a little bit. We'll bring up the shadows a fair amount. I feel like crush the blacks. Yeah, not crush too much. About what happens when we tinker with a white level. And that's better. Barely. I'm sure this is going to have crazy high texture if we just ramp it up. Actually, not as much as I expected. What on clarity? Oof. Clarity on this one looks like trash. Okay. Yeah. I don't like this shot. Okay. Actually gonna switch back into library view. Maybe it'll perform a little better switching photos. Ooh, wow, that is high-key green. Did I already do edits on this? Oh, yeah, I totally did. Yeah, that's right. I came through and made some tweaks to a few of these already. I was going to say, there's no way this came out of camera looking the way it did. Which, notably, here's how the original looks. Just a quick side-by-side, like you can see how much I'm bringing back out. Now the greens are a little bit fake and nuclear, but look at the water. Like the water on the left, that's the original version. The water on the left just looks drab and lifeless. The water on the right, like bringing up the blue and aqua colors, oh my god, it just looks so much nicer. It actually looks like you're next to a real river as opposed to the one on the left where it looks more like sewage treatment. Yeah, I might still have to bring down the greens a little bit. And I'm not sure that I'm even keeping this particular shot, but I needed to see what these were going to look like. Okay, so popping back into regular view. Man, after looking at the previous one, it's so hard to decide. Actually, what I think I'm going to do Let's copy the settings on this one. How far did these copies go? Really mixed on this music. I don't know if it's a great idea, but I'm actually going to switch to... I think I'll switch to the rock music. All right. And where were we? Okay. So what I'm going to do, what I want to do, is find all the images that sort of match that first one. And I'm just going to apply the same settings to all of them. Where the hell? Damn it. Come on. There we go. Okay. So ignore the fact that these are all a little over intense, but I just want to see how they're all going to look with brighter settings. This is more about being able to see the image well than actually... Hey, David Lama, how's it going, man? Okay, so this one's actually a little out of focus. Oh, no, it isn't. Just... it... running this the screen capture plus Lightroom plus a few other things, it is all eating just a little too much of the performance. And let's get Discord out of view too. Oh, David, it did get posted, but I posted it to the Ramblecast room. I probably, yeah, I guess I should be posting to bot stuff instead. What I'm going to do, or what I've thought about doing, I haven't fully decided on this, but what I'm thinking I'll do is, instead of posting to bot stuff or Ramblecast, I'm thinking about creating a stream announcements room. Straight up just stream announcements. And that way bot stuff can kind of be left as its own. It literally is just for posting or sending commands for like subscribe, unsubscribe. And then the Ramblecast chat room is literally just for Ramblecast purposes, though. I'm even debating that one. Like, maybe the stream announcements would still go in there for the Ramblecast itself. I don't know. I haven't quite decided on a lot of these. Part of me is thinking about creating a room for each different type of stream, but that seems like overkill in a way. So yeah, I haven't decided. Story of the life, right? Have not decided. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm still. This is super zoom, so it's really not how it's gonna look, but that I still don't quite like. How about over here? You have notifications from YouTube muted. That makes sense. But yeah, I don't know necessarily what the best strategy is for notifications out of the out of Discord. The thing I love about Discord is, even though it takes a little bit more work, I can at least send notifications to specific or for specific types of videos. So this one I actually tagged both gaming and Ramblecast because I wasn't really sure who would be into this, but it's one of those things. Like I'm wondering like how granular do I want to make the notifications, and how much am I necessarily going to continue doing certain types of streams. Though, seeing as this is the first time doing a photo edit stream, I'm, there's room for this to change, but yeah, this is zoomed in way too far, but I don't know, that one could maybe work. I mean, I'm gonna crop in no matter what. Like, if I crop in on this shot, it's probably gonna go to about here. It still looks decent, but I don't know. Focus seems slightly off. Anyway, I'm working through culling a few more images. Well, I say that, but I'm about... Yeah, I still have a fair number left. But, yeah. Knocking out a few more pics before I start going into actual edits. Let's see, I feel like I've got to have one of these that's just in sharper focus. Like this one. Oops. Yeah, this is way better focus than the others. So much so that I think what I'm going to do is... Wait a second. Okay, so we're going to keep 119. Let's come back here and... everything prior to 119. Oh, wait. Damn it. Okay. That's not going to work. It renumbers the images as I reject others. Okay, so we're just going to have to manually select. I thought the hotkeys were supposed to work on this, but I'm not quite clear. Okay, let's just... Come on! Damn. Okay. The computer is slightly struggling with this. This is in Lightroom. For right now. I'll be dipping into Photoshop later. But yeah, I do like this. Focus is good. Kinda not loving... I did not notice it at all, but there's this shadow running down right here. I wish I had seen that before. It's not a big deal. It's far from a big deal, but I would have loved to reposition something just to get rid of that shadow. It must be like a branch or something just sticking up at that perfect position. Oh, yeah, from whatever was over here. That makes sense. Why is the Mac struggling? Okay, so in total fairness, I'm running OBS, Lightroom, not that this matters as much, but VLC, Discord. Actually, maybe I'll kill Discord while I'm at it. It doesn't need to be open. Oh, plus I have Chrome open. So I do have a fair amount of stuff open. Whoa. It says How's the stream looking? It says that it's not receiving enough data. VLC is open for the background music, which I assume you're hearing. It's showing up, well, maybe at this particular moment not, because it's between songs, but it definitely shows you're hearing it. Anyway, which, by the way, I am using damn it, what was the name of who's the guy who made this music again? I gotta look. Oh, Audionautics. I'm trying out some of their stuff. Interesting. I've got a warning. Here's the window for it. I actually have a warning saying YouTube's not receiving enough to maintain a smooth stream. Let's see. Yeah. Interesting. So I don't know why. It seems like it's doing okay, but and part of the reason it's struggling too is this is all happening. I'm doing an actual display capture that's then cropping down and resizing the crop. It's capturing my ultra wide display right now, which I'm sure is not easy on it. Did I sell my Surface Book? I don't see how I can. I mean, we're talking about a laptop that is effectively useless, and I would need to get data off of it before I sold it to anybody. You know, and presumably, like, I wouldn't mind selling it to someone if they're cool with replacing the battery themselves, but music choice is interesting. Yeah, I'm not digging this particular track. Actually, I think I'll pull this track. This is from the rock tracks on that site. Which link is down in the description if anyone cares. But this is supposed to be their rock music. It's not bad. I mean, some of the tracks have been good, some of them not as much. But I figured I would give this a try and see how this is doing. And let me know if it's too loud, because it's hard for me to tell. I can see my levels, but that only tells so much. Yeah, anyway, I'm not surprised that a laptop is struggling with what I'm throwing at it. I just wish it was doing a little better. Though now that I've killed Discord, it's doing so much better. Like, it's doing way, way better now that Discord's shut off. Wait, $40 for a first-gen Surface Book battery? For real? Not that I really care about ever using that damn thing again, but that's actually not bad. Surface Book, first gen battery, tablet replacement. Okay. Okay, I see an off-brand, like, nobody is selling it for $24.50. Okay, that, to be fair, that actually is not that bad. Wonder if it's something I could replace or not. Okay, I'll leave a tab open to remind myself. Maybe I'll look into doing that. If I do sell it, which I'd be okay with doing. Yeah, if I do sell it, in all likelihood, well, I need to sell that, and I've got a Butterfly Keyboard MacBook Pro that I want to sell after I pass that through Apple and have them do a battery replacement, keyboard replacement, screen replacement. No joke. Literally replacing everything but the shell on that laptop. I want to sell both of those. But anyway, in all likelihood, once I do that, then I may look into doing a whatchamacallit, a desktop, which would be really nice for doing these kinds of edits, for streaming, a few other things. Anyway, Discord is like a Discord's a whole other Chromium instance. Yeah, it basically is. And yeah, Discord is like crazy CPU hungry. I'm constantly amazed by how much it loves to eat. Live stream the battery replacement? Hells no. For what it's worth, if I'm gonna do a battery replacement, chances are sometime this summer I'm gonna be making a trip up to Portland anyway. I'll just go up to Portland, find some shop that'll do it. I doubt there's one anywhere near me, but I have little doubt that if I went up to Portland, there's someone that'll do it. Unless it's gonna be like a super easy battery replacement. I don't mind paying someone $15 or whatever on top of the cost of the battery to have them replace it. Chances are someone knows more about it than me, and I'm okay with that. Let's see. The Discord web app's better. Okay, I assume the Discord web app would be better, mostly because, almost entirely because, it like you said earlier, it is basically a whole separate Chromium instance. So, you know, if you're running it inside of Chrome, you're saving yourself technically a lot of redundant overhead. Setting that aside, Discord itself is just poorly written. It really is. It's not a well-written client in any way, shape, or form. Don't get me wrong, like, I understand why it's a successful service, but yeah, it's not well written. Okay, so let's see. From here, just gonna kind of work through which of these I like the most. Not that one. This would almost be good for other purposes, but kind of digging this. The thing is, all of these are going to get cropped, or whatever one I end up using is going to get cropped down. Man, the focus on this came out really nice. I think this one might be the keeper. Not digging this music. What gets me is that one you just heard. Also, that was from the rock category. Some of the rock tracks have been really good. Others, less so. And what I was kind of hoping to do was like filter through these as I went along, but it's hard to focus on doing both. Let's see. Where was the... And by the way, this I want to say, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Implies it's bad, just not too bad. Yeah, I'm not digging this one either. Let's try next up. Wait, what? Okay, this is actually weird. Oh, this is very weird music. How is this in rock? Okay. Next. Okay. This is rock. Kind of. Like somewhere between that rock and almost country territory. Alright, anyway, so I should be rating these images instead of just doing pick reject, but okay, I wanted to. Alright, so 118 is the one to beat right now. Ooh. But 119 might bring better water. Eh, maybe not. Alright, this is 120. I think 120 is the keeper. Okay, I'm going to come back to 120. We're going to quickly mark that as picked. And then I want to take a look at these. Yeah, okay. So, oof, if it weren't for that one glare right there, I think I'd be into this one. But that is a lot of real tight, precise glare. Man, and I got it on more than one shot. It's little things like this. This is why you take a lot of different shots, because holy crap, that glare is just in every one of those. Okay, can this one be fixed? Actually, do I want to fix this one? Maybe. I doubt it, but really quick, let's see if this can be fixed. I'll do real edits later, but man, I'm bringing up the blacks and shadows a lot to get that. How about, and let's tank the highlights a little. It's not terrible, but I don't like this. I think this shot's a dud. If I remember shooting this when I wasn't too happy about these even when I was shooting. It's a different angle. Let's quickly come back. We'll... Actually, I'm just going to mark those as 1 ratings. Okay, how about this one? I think same problem, but let's just bump up the exposure. Whoa, too much. My god, the highlights immediately blow out on this one. The glare off of those metal screws is also instantly just like lightning hot. Okay, down with that a little bit. Those shadows gotta come way up. Get a little contrast out of that. What happens if we tinker with white level? Okay, so it looks better. I mean, side by side, like, it's very obvious that that looks better. It's not great, though. Okay, not that it's a big deal, but I actually love how the shadow comes in and covers, not covers, but it outlines it outlines the DJI logo. I had not realized that when I was, or I had not intended that when I was taking these, but that would have been such a neat effect if I could have done that on purpose and edged it just a little more perfectly. And if these photos had actually turned out. Like, this isn't bad. It's kind of neat. I almost don't like throwing it out, but yeah. I don't think this one's workable. Okay, and I think all of these are going to be lost causes. You can't see it in this shot, but I will say, oops, the place I had to climb to actually get this shot was insane, and which you can tell it's not worth it. This shot isn't at all worth the effort I went to get it. But it was funny because, like, immediately above this, it is just completely covered in sticks and branches, and yeah, you can never get close to flying the drone inside of this spot in reality, but it doesn't look like it's that obscured. But ironically, this might actually be, wow, barely shows any changes. I bring up shadows. That's interesting. Okay, let's get a little more contrast in here. We'll bring up that white point just a nudge. Actually, yeah, just a little bit. What about highlights? What's gonna change as we... Yeah, that's what I figured. Problem is we've got blown out points on 2 of these propellers. What happens to those if I bring the white back down? Nothing good. I don't love this shot or anything, but I'm a little sad to see it is pretty much unrecoverable because of 2 damn propellers. Any chance I reposition this? Oh yeah, no, it's a really beautiful area that I took it out to. There's let's see, there's a spot I drove to. Okay, if you remember the fires that took place in Oregon over like the end of summer, or middle of summer, end of summer, whatever it was, end of summer, yeah. The spot that I drove to, seriously, is like a 3 or 4 minute drive from where the fires, like, once you drive past this spot, it takes just like a couple more minutes and you get to just nothing but all burnt out trees. But I'm just down the river from where that occurred, which is lucky because I've come out to this spot on the river like, I don't know, a dozen times for other purposes, and it's always a good spot to take photos. And yeah, I mean, it sucks that the wildfires happen at all, but I'm really glad they didn't touch this one spot, because if they had, it would have really, really ruined one of my favorite places to go. Man, it's weird. The scope just does not make it look like that should be blowing out. That's so weird. Okay, well, I guess probably just skipping these. Let's mark them all as one and move along. I'm almost kind of digging this. it edges out nicely, but the background looks... This might be one that could be fixed with colors. Because the background is just ugly. It looks muddy and dirty. I know I changed position towards the end of these. Let's see what that looked like. No, pretty similar. I know I changed position. I wonder if I didn't end up taking the first photos and I kept these instead. Something like that. Okay, looking back to the first one again. What did the last one look like? Okay, well, they're all similar enough. I don't really see enough of a difference to care. Let's quickly horizon adjust that. That way the water actually looks like it's not flowing uphill. Man, okay. Let's see if the color can be fixed on these. That, I think, is going to be the biggest issue. We'll tweak the vibrance just a little bit. I'm going to have to come back and really touch up those greens, though. Ooh, that looks fake as hell. Okay, let's tweak our exposure settings a little bit. Give this a little bit more drama to it, and always bringing up those shadows. Okay. How's that look side by side? A little more lively. Okay, but what we really want to do is come down here and let's fix some of those yellows to be a little greener. Not that much. Maybe that much. Something like that. Whoa. Man, those greens blow really hard and really quick. Okay. That one's gonna be very tough to get right. What are we grabbing with the aqua? Okay. Actually, let's go back to regular view. What are we getting? We're getting the top of the drone with the blue slider. I mean, it would look really cool with that, or even like a hard purple, but it would also look super fake, so we're just not gonna mess with that. That's interesting that that's picking up as blue. I guess it's probably reflecting the sky, so that makes sense. But man, yeah, I guess it actually is pretty bluish. Okay, so where else can we tweak this? I just do not love the colors in this. Can we shift that orange to something a little nicer looking? Actually, that kind of a rusted look on that rock. That might actually be a neat touch. What happens if we mess with the reds? Nothing. We're just... all we're capturing with the red is the tips of the propellers. The propellers are going from orange to red. Okay. We'll leave the propellers exactly as they are. What else can we tweak here? The background looks a little better, but it still just looks drab. I don't know that this is fixable. I wish it were, but that's going to be a real hard image to make look good. It also looks a lot like so many of the other images I got. For right now, I'm just going to set those to 1s. Okay, and then we move into the indoor shots. Okay, so the purpose of these shots, and yes, they look super dark right now. That's something that will get fixed easily. All we need to do is bump up the exposure just a bit. And I'm not even keeping this one, I'm just giving a quick demonstration. Bring up the highlights a little. Sure, we'll nudge up the white point a little. Big tweak on the shadows. Oh, actually, man, the blacks captured a lot more than I thought it would. What happens if we bring the shadows back down? Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to get a shot like this because one of the things that bothers me so much about this drone is the position of the SD card slot or micro SD slot. It is directly underneath the camera, which, you know, coming back here, the position of the micro SD slot, if you look right here, there is this little door right above these two sort of side sensors and directly underneath the main camera. And this door is, one, actually really hard to get open. It is on there stiff. So while the drone itself is not technically like waterproof or weatherproof in any appreciable way, I think if this thing goes in the drink, you actually might have a good hours before water seeps in through this door, because it when you press this door shut, it is shut. But the problem with it is, going back out to here, the angle that you slide the card in at and how far the door opens. Let's get to that one. Yeah, so there's a door closed. Oh wait. Okay, so yeah, I did these two side by sides. Door open, door closed. That's as far open as the door goes. And it's on these two plastic strips that just kind of hold it in position. And it's not great. It's kind of an awkward angle. It's definitely not ideal for what you're trying to do with it. There's the other angle. So yeah, that door is actually just always in the way. And getting the card out from there sucks. And the other thing that's next to it, that's the USB-C port. And honestly, like, the door is on flexible tabs, so it's not completely insane to move them out of the way, or kind of push them and flex them out. But it doesn't make it the most convenient to access. And here you can actually see the plastic strips separating the door from the compartment. It's not great. It could be a lot better, at least. Anyway, so this is one of the nitpicks I'm going to throw into the review. I actually got more shots of this than I thought I had. Let's see, which is the keeper, though? Or which are the keepers? Because I'm going to use a couple. Or probably three. I want one highlighting this angle on it. I think that angle. Oh yeah, definitely gonna. Believe me, when I was shooting this, normally I can't see dust super well when I'm shooting these. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't, or whatever. But yeah, in this particular instance, I was looking at that dot. I actually tried getting my fingernail up to clean that out. I have no... Oh, no. That was, Wait. I think this was not dust. I think this was a scratch in the metal. Or like where the paint chipped off or something. But yeah, it's definitely going to get cleaned in Photoshop. Just like you can see that bit of hair or dust or whatever that is. That'll get cleaned up. Though probably it will not end up using this shot any. Oops. I'm thinking there's one of these. Yeah, this one. So we'll be using this, and that, possibly. Those are the three I've picked. I may cut it down to just 2, but I really, to me, this was actually one of their really worst design decisions, was how they built this compartment. And I've got a lot of complaints specifically about how DJI does its access for the SD cards, because it's not bad, but it's never that good either. Okay, so let's see. I think I actually regret now taking a shot of the goggles with the antenna sitting in front. I liked it for this shot, or it makes sense on this shot. And okay, so I've got this one with the antennas attached. That's a pick. And I guess I'll just use... I like the highlights more on this one. Okay, so 2 of the goggles. And I think this of the controller. I use my wallet to prop up the controller. I figured what I can do is, if I really want to, I could take another shot like this and just use it to paint out the wallet. I should have done a clean plate. I never did. Yeah, we'll put that in as a pick. And then we'll go with this one. I don't know that I'll end up using this. I kind of doubt it, actually. And then I guess I didn't get a better focus shot of this. Which one's most... Yeah, I may end up trashing this one too, but... Okay, and then I already rejected a few of these, and yeah, we'll pick this one. This is of the goggles. There are control buttons on the goggles. Plus, you can actually put a micro SD card into the goggles too, to record both in the drone and from the goggles, which is kind of neat. Let's see, did I already... No, I didn't. Okay, let's... Which of these do I want? Oop, nope. Since I was hand-holding this, it was kind of just a matter of taking a few shots just to... Like this one. This has a little motion blur to it, so I wanted to... I was hand-holding it, and I just wanted to get the shot that had the least motion blur. I'll kill that one. I think this one's got to be the keeper, even though it actually is slightly defocused. Okay. Then this was also handheld. I so completely doubt I'm going to end up using this shot, but we'll pick that one. Okay, so now we're going to go with... I'm going to filter these shots down to just the ones that I have picked. How many is it? That leaves us with 27. Yeah, I'm going to have to filter some more of these out. And I don't think this one's worth keeping. Let's see, I think... Yeah, that's the right button. Okay, so... Right now, here are the shots that I've picked out that are the best of the different looks that I went with. There's this one, I honestly don't see this one sticking around. I got this one thinking maybe it'd be a hero shot for the review, but the shadows are just so long on it. It specifically, like, on the remote, look at how far the shadows go from the control sticks over this. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it looks bad. Plus, under here, this is the cover from the drone, the camera cover. I'm using it to prop up the remote. I can paint it out, but it looks bad. Not a fan of that shot. Same with that one. I'm thinking that this one could be useful for a few things. Like, these are just kind of possible shots of the drone. Actually, I don't like this one. I liked it before, but now that I'm looking at it, I really don't think this one's a keeper. This shot, I know, is completely ugly. But there's a reason for it. So, let's see. It would probably get cropped down to something like this. Here's the thing. I wanted a shot like this because I want to demonstrate how much stuff you have to carry with you. And I threw a backpack into the shot specifically to demonstrate the point of, oh my god, this is a lot of stuff. You cannot fly this drone without bringing the drone, the goggles, battery for the goggles, battery for the drone, controller, a cable that runs from the goggles to the battery because they're separate. Like, you're up to 6 items minimum. All of them, you don't necessarily have to carry all of them separately, like some of them could be attached, but for the most part, it's all completely separate. There's also the motion controller up here, which is kind of one extra item. It's a lot of stuff. But I also got this shot. It doesn't have the backpack in it, which is fine. But this shot, I think, kind of is there to demonstrate the same point. You know, the only thing is this one's so much cleaner. It kind of hides how much chaos there is in what you have to carry. And this was the better version of that shot. Let's get rid of that one. Okay. I was still trying to decide between these two. I think I like the second one more. This is the second one. Yeah. So, dropping that one out. There is a purpose for this shot. It's between these two shots. Okay, so part of this, and I'll let you guys, if you've got any feedback or thoughts on this, let me know. The purpose of this is I really want to convey how much this drone looks like a very predatory insect. Like, that is the look. That is exactly what you get when you see this drone. Predatory insect. And in fact, I'll have to dig it out, but there's a video. Well, there are a bunch of videos of this, but I've got one I think I can show you. Though it might be kind of weird to try. Oh no, I know how I can do that. Anyway, it even when you turn it on, it makes this buzzing sound, and it vibrates the propellers in a way that it's almost like, I don't know, a beetle or a fly or something. It just has a very distinctive predatory quality to it. It's very odd. Anyway, I'm trying to decide which one of these shots I like more for this. And as it is, I'm even thinking this one cropped into like this-ish could be a really good hero shot for the review. You know, maybe something along here, the AP logo down here. Did I do any mid-flight pics? Okay, so not with this one. I've done it with other drones. Here's the thing. With mid-flight pics, they look terrible. Usually. I mean, they can look good in marketing materials. Like, a lot of times they'll rig up a lot of stuff to get these really, really crazy perfect shots of a drone. And I can certainly do that. I have done that, and I've made a couple of shots that look good of the Mavic Air 2. But I don't... The thing is, when they're mid-flight, the propellers are spinning, so they're basically either invisible or they're kind of just a shadow. Because the propellers have to spin super fast. And then, unless you fly them really low, you can't get a top-down shot. Or you get up really high. You can get a bottom-up shot, but the drones don't look that cool from the bottom. Or the other thing you can do, which I actually was trying to do this, but I ran out of time on a different drone. I was going to take my Mavic to Zoom. It's a Zoom, not a Pro. It doesn't hardly matter. But I was going to fly that up above one of my other drones, or I was going to fly that above the drone I was using, and then just never got around to it. But you can do that sort of thing too, but again, it's not the greatest look. And then since you're supposed to never lose sight of the drone, in theory you don't want to be taking the time to pull out a camera and take shots of it. That is it is not a big deal, but technically you're supposed to always be flying this with the goggles on and have someone else there watching it, and I didn't have another photography oriented person handy. So anyway, between these two, I am loving this one so much more. It just has more character and personality to it. This one looks good, but I feel like it just doesn't quite have the right look to it. Though, weirdly, I do like... There are things I like about this shot still. But I think I'm going to take that out. Now here, I've mentioned this before, this is the problem I have with so many of these shots, is they're almost all the same perspective and orientation. I mean, I shot so many of these, like... Wait. So... Oops. Okay, let's... Come on. There. So, David, you're saying you prefer this one? We'll call this one... Well, this would have been the second one, but and this was the first. But to be fair, I'm not sure that the order seemed that way. Anyway, to me, this one, I like this one more. I feel like it's got more of a style, it's got more presence to it, and once it gets cropped a little bit, like, again, into something like this, I feel like this one looks cooler. And it would be a good hero shot. This one feels a little bit more accurate and analytical, but I don't know. It's so hard to decide with this one. And this one would have to be... One minor catch to this one, too. I want to crop it to something like... Oops. Not quite that far in. I don't know. Maybe I'd crop it to something like... Let's see. Okay, with this one, I want to get rid of some of that sky. Not all of it, but enough. And probably drag it into about... Would that be about it? And maybe a little bit more. I hate losing the grass. I like the grass in this, but... Okay, for shots showing that it's predatory, I like this. If it's going to be a hero image for the review, it might have to be more like... Probably something along these lines. That might be a review shot. Actually, probably drag that in a little bit more. Yeah, in all likelihood, that would be the hero for the review if it went that way. Whereas with this one... Okay, no matter what, we're killing part of that sky. That sky sucks. Out to there, I think. And then lose a fairly good portion of that. And we'll bring in this side too. Yeah. About like this. This, I think, is the rough territory I'd go for on a hero shot for the review. So, one of these two. And I feel like this one's more commanding. It's, you know, the nose is a little more up. It's more, again, predatory. And it looks like it's coming over the ridge at you, which is what I like about it. And once I clean up color, let's see, highlights up. God, that looks almost like a morning sunrise look. Yeah, highlights do need to come up no matter what. Let's bring up the shadows too. I want some detail in this. Not quite that high though. We'll crush the blacks a teeny bit. This is a lot harder to do when Lightroom is not being super responsive. And what happens if we tweak the whites? Seems to affect the background a lot. Though I'm not really getting much out of that. Okay. Bring up the texture a tiny bit. Let's see, how much is it affecting? Okay. Actually, The texture looks really good, that really softened look, but not quite the look I'm going for. You see what I'm saying, but you still like the other one. Okay, and I don't want to bump clarity too much. It's funny, so many people, when you see how a lot of people edit on YouTube, the clarity slider, their automatic thing is they just crash that thing up to like plus 45, and you know, for them, let's see, what are they gonna do? The typical YouTube style, and I can undo this, so the typical YouTube style is clarity slider way up, blacks crash down to like, you know, almost negatives. Everything is just super contrasty. Let's see. No, shadow might still be there. Highlights would probably be... Now that's a bit too much. Let's see. And they would probably dehaze a little. No, that's too much. Yeah, that's your typical YouTube style. Or like Instagram. More Instagram than YouTube. I'm going for something a little bit more subdued. Though now that I've seen that, I do kind of want to bring up the clarity just a teeny bit more. Alright, let's get some color back into this thing. Okay. This has that fall colors quality to it while it's being shot in spring. But I'm gonna give it a little bit more of the spring look. I want to bring the greens up a bit. Am I capturing anything with the aqua? Just random little background elements. Nothing I care about. How about the blues? Oof. Not messing with that. Let's see. Can I maybe... Nothing out of reds. Okay. Orange is gonna... Yeah. Okay. So that's normal. I think I'm going to just slightly nudge the oranges towards green. Just the tiniest bit. And let's come in here. We're also going to... Let's brighten the greens just a little bit more. Okay. How about the... Oh, yes. Yes, yes. There we go. Turning down the luminance of the yellows adds us back so much more of that. And what we'll do then is turn up the saturation on the yellows and oranges a little. Maybe even... Yeah, we'll bring back the greens a little too. How's this looking? Just as a side-by-side. God, it actually does not look that different. With the amount of changes I've made, I'm surprised it actually looks so similar to the original shot. Okay. But I am being really subtle with everything, so kind of get that. What happens if we nudge the curves just a little? Okay, I think I like this. This may very well end up being the hero image for the shot. The one thing I'm going to do is There's this green ball of light. I have no idea what the hell that is. That is definitely getting fixed. When I take this into Photoshop, this is 100% fix zone. In fact, for Photoshop, let's do that right now. Wait, one thing really quick. Wonder if I'm not very good with local effects, but I want to okay. I want to give just the smallest amount of highlight to the logo. Okay, we're going to just dodge it a little bit. Whoa, not that much. Actually, wait. Thinking dodge is not the way to go with this. Why is it? That's weird. Undo is not doing what it's supposed to. How about exposure level? We'll ramp the feathering up. Yeah, that is not looking good at all. How about just tweaking the highlights? Ah, yeah, okay. There we go. It's a small thing, but I feel like it helps a tiny bit. Okay. Anything else I want to tweak on this? I don't think so. I'm still not in love with the sky, but I feel like the sky is not an issue here. Not enough that I want to throw out the image or anything. Okay, so I want to see what's going to happen with this, because I'm a little nervous. What happens when we go to, wait, where is... Am I missing the edit in Photoshop? Am I somehow blind in it? And also, what the hell just happened to this song? Okay, I'm not digging this track. Okay, we're gonna switch over to the electronic playlist. Oops. Okay, I remember being a little iffy about this first track, but the one, I'll actually move it up so it's the next one. I like the one that comes up after this. And it feels so weird that this is all classed as electronic music, because it is exactly not what I think of when I think of electronic music. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so coming back here. Oops. Okay, so I cannot be crazy here, right? There should be an edit in Photoshop. Oh, there it is. They moved it up. Okay. So we'll pop into Photoshop. I'm gonna connect my tablet. In case you're curious, what I'm talking about is I've got a Wacom tablet, Wacom, with stylus, of course. And let's see, how is this going to look if I just move it over top? About over here. Actually, that lines up really well, and I don't have to switch which window I'm capturing. I think I accept this as a strategy. Okay. And we'll move the keyboard out of the way, though. That may prove to be a bad idea, too. Actually, rearrange the desk just ever so completely so I can do this and not have sliding surfaces. Okay, kind of works. Though, man, this is just not responsive like it should be. Okay, so let's quickly do a spot healing brush. Why are the tooltips on? No. Hints? No. Okay, it's gonna be under settings, preferences, whatever. Sorry, I've got to turn these things off. They're fine. I get why they have them, but I don't need them, and they are annoying to have. Let's see, it's gonna be under... What's it gonna be under? I guess just... Wait. No? No. Tools show tooltips. There. Oh. No, we'll keep tooltips, but kill the rich tooltips. Yes? Yes? Yay, perfect. Okay. Success. Alright. Orient myself here. Okay. It's actually been long enough now that I don't fully remember all my key commands like I used to. Actually trying to zoom in, and I don't remember. What is it? What is it? Okay, that's not it. It's not shift. It shouldn't be that. Whoa. I accidentally triggered Siri with that combination. That is super weird. My settings have to be wrong, because this is... here we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Though that's definitely not how I had it set up before. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this, but let's just see what happens if I try to get rid of this one. Oh. like that particular little... Oh, that's perfect. That looks beautiful. I accept that. Okay. Now we're going to come back here. Any chance we can hide that? Not well. Okay. I'm okay with that little bit sticking up there. The drone itself actually looks pristine in this. Like, I don't really feel a need to fix anything here. It's rare that that happens. There's tiny little bits of dust, but I'm okay with those. And the infamous white spot is gone. Yeah, this will be the... Oops. This will be the easiest of all the photos to fix, I think. I don't know if that's an actual seam or not, but it can go. The rest of that's fine. Yeah, I'm so overly nitpicky on stuff like this. I do not need to fix most of these things. I don't know if I want to get rid of that or not, but I did. Little tiny glows of light. I actually think I prefer it like that. Maybe get rid of that one. This track has a little bit of funk to it. It's not great, but it's fun, I think. Okay. At the moment, I'm actually feeling like leaving this as it is. Okay, so we'll save that back out. And return to here. Okay. So yeah, there's the original. Here's the edit. Really, really minor changes. I mean, it's barely tweaked at all. Just getting rid of one weirdly bright little twig-ish kind of bit of moss, and then getting rid of that one weird green bulb of light in the background. So yeah, really minor tweaks. That actually went by easier than I thought it would. In case I end up using this one, let's see what we can do with this. Overall exposure up just a little bit. The thing that makes me think that this might actually get used is it is just inherently a lighter photo. I mean, like, this does not have that sort of dark, intimidating quality to it. Okay, we'll bring up the shadows a little more. White points down, I think. No. How about what happens? Yeah, that's a little too flat. Let's put it back. And blacks, we're gonna wash it out if we go up, but if we go down a little, we get some of that contrast back. I like that. Okay. Texture up. Texture's probably gonna go way up. Yeah, that's probably more than enough. And if we bump clarity even a little bit, that becomes a bit much, but I think I like that. Yeah, actually, texture's coming back down a little more. Oh, this song's gotta go. This sucks. Might be a little bit hard on the music, but let me know what you think. See, by the way, one other thing that I'm slowly thinking more and more about, instead of doing music that's actually in stream, I'm thinking about looking into some of the like matched music options. So in other words, like the music would play over Discord, and if you want the music that I picked, it would you could tune into that channel, and it would just, okay, I'm not digging this track. Anyway, it would be matched, or the idea would be you can hear the same music I'm listening to, but it's not mixed into the stream. That way I could play anything. I mean anything. At that point, it doesn't matter if I'm playing copyrighted music. It doesn't matter if I have oh hell, I could have anything. That's the key point. And then you just listen to it as it's playing live. If you're not into it, you're not into it. You can listen to whatever you want or not listen to anything. I've been kicking that idea around too. And again, the beauty of that is no issues with copyright. No, at that point, if you don't, like I said, if you don't like what I'm playing, problem solved. You just listen to something else or listen to it straight. Yeah, I just haven't quite decided yet, but I'm starting to feel like that's the better way to go. Plus it means, well, the biggest thing is it just completely removes the need to solve the music question. Anyway, so what else do I do with this one? Let's turn up the vibrance just a tiny bit. And same with saturation. Ooh, saturation slider makes a lot of change very, very fast. Okay, let's... Ooh, boy. Yeah, that has a pretty big effect too. Subtlety is key on that one. Okay, and if we... Okay, I think I like that. Oh, what I had... When you say had on last, are you talking about... Well, what do you mean last? Because I haven't... There are technically actually some lo-fi beats from this site, but I haven't played any of those yet. Because they're real lo-fi. And sadly, there aren't that many of them. I'll wait until you answer before I try some of those out. Whoa, crap. Damn it. Okay. I gotta remember, since I'm doing a display capture instead of a window capture, the previous stream. Got it. Okay, so I do actually have another option related to that. I may come back to it, but let's see. I haven't tried these out yet, but let's actually hop over to the lo-fi beats from this site. There's only 5 tracks, so it's not like there's a lot of options here, but it goes to some real, like, ambient lo-fi stuff. Okay, so I gotta remember, don't windows or don't screen zoom. Do not screen zoom. The display capture can screw with me on that one. It bugs me that the DJI logo is ever so slightly out of focus. Actually, this whole shot's just slightly wrong focus. It looks like the focus went... I think the focus is like a couple inches in front of the drone. That's what it really looks like. It's not like it's super out of focus and at a distance you can't tell, but it's just there. Which actually, I guess if I come back up here, maybe if I bump the clarity just a tiny bit more. Oh, that does nothing to fix that. Sometimes clarity can kind of hide that. What about texture? I guess texture fixes it a tiny bit, but I don't want to go very high on that either. Okay. Do I want to tweak any colors? I kind of feel like the oranges again are maybe a little bit too intense. Oh, but if I go green... Wow. Alien World right here. Super, super alien. Not keeping that, but man, that looked trippy. The reds are grabbing basically nothing but the propellers. Okay. Let's go. Let's bring the yellows up just a little bit. We'll bring up the greens again. Orange, I think, can nudge slightly in the direction of the greens. I don't want it too far. Oh, maybe actually, you know what? I need to keep the oranges where they're at. Anything in the aquas, that's just grabbing a few shadows. Nothing special. We already know blues are going to completely tweak the top of this, and we'll leave purple and magenta. Actually, magenta... Are we going to get anything off of that? Nah, it's not touching anything. Actually, let's see if I can't fix the sharpening a little bit. If I do that... At 25. Let's bump that to about 42. Okay. I think I'm good with that. All of this moss might be a little too crispy, like this, but... Oh, it looks way too much. Yeah, I gotta turn this clarity down. That clarity is just... Yeah, Lightroom is... Okay, so Lightroom is really, really great for color work. Obviously can do a few other things, but yeah, Lightroom is so good for color work, but it's not for fixing what's wrong with the photo. It's great for tuning the photo before you fix, in a manner of speaking. Man, that vegetation is just so crispy looking. It's a bit much, but I know it's a small thing, but the bokeh back here is bugging the hell out of me. That looks so weird. Actually, it's bokeh. But it's in my habit to say bokeh, but it's bokeh. Yeah, this, I mean, this, I get how it turned out this way, but I don't like it. It's little things about this image that I would like this image so much more if not for little tiny problems with it, but we'll see. I'm not going to throw it away, but I don't know that it'll get used. Okay, so for now, I think that's the keeper. Let's do a quick edit in Photoshop, and let's clean up a few of the distracting details. Okay, for starters, the obligatory white dot. We'll also clean up some of the dust and weird little glare spots. Got a little too tight there. Actually, that sort of created this weird spot. Come back in. There we go. I don't care enough about fixing that spot. Okay. Yeah, being in super tight. One of the classic rules of doing post-production on photos is you will notice so many problems no one else will ever see. And right now, this bokeh right here is just driving me insane. Now, out at a distance like this, you don't see it. You're never going to notice it. No one looking at this photo is ever going to catch on that the bokeh sucks. But then as I get in closer and I'm examining it, it's like, oh my god, it just looks so weird and wrong. Let's see. Yeah, weird little spot up there. I don't know what that is, but I'm just gonna make that go away. What else do we have here? Okay. Little spot fix. I think the rest of this is good. Yeah, this is the most insanely nitpicky stuff. Again, if someone's not going to notice the bokeh, they're not going to see any of these weird little specks I'm cleaning up right now. But I'm doing it anyway. Instinctually, I almost want to clean up like this little thing right here. Just, you know, make that disappear. But at the same time, I mean, like, it's gone. You would never be able to see it. But at the same time, I feel like that actually adds a little bit of character to this image that I like way, way more. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, I'm going to say that this is... Yeah, I know that. The spot healing brush automatically samples pixels to correct a spot with one step. Yeah. Why is it popping up these... I feel like Photoshop reset a lot of my preferences when it did one of its recent updates. Okay, I want to see if... I know I could probably do this with a whole image, but... where's the sharpening tool? I never use it, but... Ah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, that looks terrible. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do on that. Which sucks, but... Okay. So... we'll save that. And... head back to Lightroom. So... oh man, you can't even tell changes were made to this. Which is good. Like, I'm bouncing back and forth between these two, and if it weren't for, like, a couple of very specific teeny tiny points, like, individual pixels practically, you wouldn't be able to tell that the two are even remotely different. Okay. Oh, this one. What did this look like before I pasted in settings? This image basically has like 3 colors in it. Okay, I think I like... I think I like the highlights about there. I'm gonna bring these blacks back down just... oh, maybe I won't, actually. Okay. Doing a lot of pushing the lines on this one. Okay, how about... bring up the texture and clarity just... oh, God, the clarity slider just immediately does so much stuff to this. It is such a beast. Actually, I think I'm bringing clarity down a little. Yeah, I don't need too much change in the presence on this one. How about the vibrance? It's a little intense, but at the same time, that may be the way to keep it. Saturation. A little bit more saturation, yeah. Just barely. Okay. Bring those highlights back down just a tiny bit. I want to push these greens not as far as becoming nuclear, not like Samsung colors. I don't want Samsung green, but I want maybe a reasonably intense green. Yeah, and let's push the keep enough detail, but yeah, okay. Now we're gonna bring that, we want that river to still, okay. I'm gonna have to do some tweaking to get this river looking good. Is clarity just sharpness? No, it is not, but it is similar. What clarity does is it finds the edges of things and it basically brightens and makes them contrastier. So as you can see I drag it up and all of a sudden the colors get contrastier, the edges get really, really crazy, intense, and over the top. As I bring it down, like into the negatives, like super negative in this moment, all the edges get softened out, And the contrast, the colors actually kind of muddy up. So clarity is one of those things. If you're, it has become the popular thing to do for a lot of like hardcore Instagram shots, like the really edgy, over the top sort of look. I find the clarity is one of those things. It's worth nudging a little bit. It's almost always good to nudge it a tiny bit, because at the low level it is kind of just like increasing sharpness. When you go too far with it though, it gets crispy. It's like something got singed into the image and it just looks fake and HDR-ish. And texture does kind of a similar thing. Texture typically is brightening and darkening stuff. So as it gets higher, the darks get darker, the lights get lighter, in a weird like separation kind of way. So yeah, we're gonna leave those at this point, because this already is like so much texture. It's got so much detail to it. I actually feel the need to keep clarity lower. In fact, bumping it down slightly more I think helps. Okay, what I really want to do, the drone color looks great. That's what it looks like in real life. What I really would love to do is get the water behind it looking a little bluer without making it fake. Because this, you can tell is fake. Like, it looks like there's chemicals running through the water. That's a bad look. And it's all in that aqua, but if I turn it a little bit bluer, that's not bad. The greens just grab that moss so much. And no moss in the world looks like this. That's too green. I think this is probably the good balance. And besides, this shot will probably end up getting cropped, so if it gets used at all. So this little plant that's down in the bottom right, that's the one thing where I'd kind of like to bump the green up just a little bit more. But that plant probably won't be in the final shot, so let's see. So what I could do, I bet, yeah, we could bring that up a tiny bit. That actually changes it. Okay, we've got that. Orange is just the propellers again. Red's not going to be any different. How about the aqua? Ooh, hello. There's some ocean color right there. Okay, we can bump it up to that. I think that makes it look still realistic without being intense. Does it? Oops. Yeah, I think that's still okay. How does this look compared to the original? I mean, besides bringing up the exposure, it doesn't look too crazy. That's like this, you can see it getting to here, and none of the colors are completely fake. The greens are a bit much. I don't deny it. The greens are definitely a little on the nuclear side. And I may turn them down a little bit more. Actually, in fact, let's do that right now. We'll turn down the yellows and the greens a little. Okay, that actually looks real. This is what things in the real world actually look like. I'm good with this. Could we possibly? How is this gonna look with the water? Okay, darkening the water actually looks really nice. I like that. I'm good with this. Okay, on to edits. In theory, I should probably be doing the edits, or doing the color first on everything and then doing the edits separately, but I'm feeling at the moment like just hitting each one by one. Alright, and where's our cursor? There it is. Okay, and spot healing. This one's going to require a little bit more cleanup work. Yeah, I know I don't need to do these as precisely, but man, you'd think I sent this thing through a tumble dry cycle, but this is all just dust that kind of acquired along the trip. Probably out of the backpack that I was traveling with. So David Llama, you're when you so you've been doing real estate work. Are you actually like doing Photoshop work on the places that you're selling, or are you I assume you probably are working with the real estate agency, but or if you are, yeah, that looks kind of weird. Okay, let's do this in a couple stages. Yeah, that hides it decently well. Do you have a photographer going through and actually shooting the places? Their own shots. I've known a few that, man, the noise on this image, actually, I might also denoise this image a bit. But yeah, anyway, I've known real estate agents who did a lot of their own photos. I've known some where they yeah, you have a photographer. That feels like it should be standard. I mean, again, I've known some places that they have photographers. I've known a few others that they hire, or sorry, they just do it themselves, which never a good idea. Do you know if your photographers go through and actually like set the scene, or are you working with places that go to that sort of extreme? Because again, like I can think of instances where some photographers go through and they're just like, they spend 15 to 20 minutes inside the house, take a bunch of sort of generic shots, and then they're right back out. And then I've seen others where they actually go through, they move around furniture, they want to make it look good. Let's clear out some of the stuff that looks like dust as opposed to glass reflection. Hard to tell which ones are which, but there we go. And then this top hood. Yeah, that looks slightly muddy, but I mean, at this point, I'm I'm down to editing the tiniest little pixels here. This is not stuff anyone's actually going to notice. I mean, hell, by the time... Actually, the sad part is, by the time I resize these images to actually post them, you won't be able to eat... half of these fixes probably could not even be visible. Oops. Damn it. There we go. But these dust spots on the propeller definitely would... Well, the bigger one would have been for sure. Okay. Like a teacher going through and giving red marks on the page where there's mistakes. Everyone remembers that experience. Being in school, get your paper back and it's got red marks all over it. Depends on the price of the home, to be honest. Pricier homes are going to get the whole works, staging professionally, shot, 3D tours, etc. Yep, exactly. There's a photographer that I've watched some of his. Oops. This might be kind of a weird fixed spot. Okay. Alright, I think I got everything on this guy. Oh, well. Again, these little spots right here are almost completely invisible even zoomed in, so they're not going to matter, but it's me. Detail-oriented is my thing. Oops. Yeah, I think that might just have to be left that way. Okay, that should be good. And is there anything in the surrounding space I need to clean up or fix? I don't think so. I like everything that's actually in the surrounding space. Okay. Oops. Oh yeah, if the photographer's taking a cut out of the commission, yeah. For cheaper homes, I would do it too. So let's see. How much do you know about photography? Actually, let me ask you that question. Let's see. Trying to think of the name of the photographer that Mike Kelly. And okay, his name is Mike Kelly, and believe me, he is overkill for the kind of thing you're gonna be doing. Mike Kelly is one of those. He is a photographer for high-end homes. Let's see. Mike Kelly photography. As noted by the fact that he considers himself an architectural photographer. Here's the link to his page. Yeah, so just pulling this up into view, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Yeah, Mike Kelly does places like this, which, I mean, come on, these are the crazy gorgeous high-end, like, multi-million dollar homes. So obviously staging and everything like that is a big huge deal for him. Though what the hell, he slipped a couple of oddball ones onto his page, but he has been getting into some more artistic stuff too. But you know, shooting expensive homes, hotels, things like that, really gorgeous stuff. But yeah, I've been trying to learn some of these techniques. There was a place I wanted to shoot not too far from where I live, because the owner was trying to sell his place, and he actually had it on the market for like 2.5 years. Was it 2.5? Maybe it wasn't quite that long. But I wanted to shoot that place because honestly, the photographers did a really mediocre job of showing it off. And unfortunately, like I was planning on going to shoot it as soon as, well, not as soon as the pandemic was over, but like once it was reasonably safe to go there, because I know him, I know his friends. They weren't super safe with social distancing, as in there were actual parties happening within a few weeks of the first shutdowns. Anyway, I wanted to apply a lot of the stuff that Mike Kelly does with his shots in shooting my buddy's place, but he just sold it in the last few weeks, so sadly not an option. Actually, let me see, can I find oh, it would be so hard to find that place. I don't know the actual address of it, but I know how to get there by driving there, but I could never tell you the address. It just would not. I barely know what the road is named. But yeah, I don't think seeing as how they've now closed on the sale, I doubt the pictures are still up. They probably, well, they might be. I don't know. It doesn't matter though. Anyway, yeah, I want to do some architectural photography for a project, among other things. Okay, so just for comparison's sake, this is that's the after, this is the before. So really minor changes. I mean, again, like you can barely tell anything change between these two, but yeah, you know, it's the kind of fixes that I typically like to do. Okay, okay. This one might require a little bit to bring out the colors. Post-processing is key from what you see about, or from what you've heard about homes. Oh, big time. Well, if you want to dig a little further into Mike Kelly, you don't even have to do too much, but let me find. He's done 3 or 4, I think it's 4 tutorials with, oops, brought up the wrong website. He's done some tutorials with the F-Stoppers crew, and if you just watch, let's see, is it 3 or 4? Where art meets architecture. Yeah, let's bring up number 2. Okay, so let's see, muting that, but just watch this trailer as it goes by. Like, you can see how much stuff he's doing with with his shots. He's basically doing a lot of light blending, so capturing from the same perspective, capturing a location at 2 or 3 different times of the day, like with different levels of light. He's walking around like lighting up individual places and blending it all together so that he can like bring out the shapes and texture of the place that he's shooting. So it's a lot of time, it's a lot of investment to get individual shots. But yeah, like this is showing him he's out there lighting up the trees as he takes photos. And it ends up giving these stitched together, lit up. Yeah, the oh wow factor, exactly. The first time I saw this, it was mind-blowing because I never considered you could... I mean, I knew about it, but I never considered it at the level he was doing it. And obviously the pictures are unrealistic in a way, but it's only because you know that that's not how you could ever get a photo. But this is how your brain sees it when you're actually there. When you see this stuff, your brain interprets a lot of things for you, but you don't necessarily have that experience just looking at a photo. So, you know, he's capturing how light actually plays off of things. When you're walking around, your brain builds a 3D map of what you see. Man, so much of this stuff is not the actual photos, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy the kinds of stuff that gets done here, and that's something it would be fun to do. I don't live in a place where this is realistic because I mean, there are a few places that are expensive enough, but come on, get off the interview shots. Bounce light, natural light. There should be a third picture. There you go. Oh, and strobe. But yeah, capturing everything with different types of lighting. And then once you blend it all together in the final image, you end up with something that looks completely different. And it doesn't always look better, but it can look better in a lot of ways. And honestly, once you learn enough about Photoshop, it's really easy to do this. In fact, it's insane how easy it is to do this. Here's another one of them. You know, it takes a lot of photos. It takes a lot of time to get an individual image that looks really nice. But once you nail it down, it's incredible how much you can do. Okay, skip the interview. Come on. Yeah. This is one of my favorites. Obviously, like this is one of his that he's highlighted the most. But yeah, each of those sections that's being lit up, those are different layers that he's applied. And he's using, I think, a fake sky in that image, but well, not a fake sky, but a sky that was taken separately from the shot and then mixed in. Let's see. Environmental shot. I'm skipping forward a little bit. Oh yeah, shooting out of windows, like paying attention to what's in the background of a window. A lot of people don't do this, but it's one of the most important things you should be doing when you're doing interior photography, because people care about what's on the other side of that window. And I can't count how many times I've looked at real estate photos and the outside, like outside of a window, either the window's completely blown out, which looks bad, or what happens a lot of the time is somebody just took a picture and it's either almost always blown out, or sometimes people take pictures and they don't consider that all they had to do was move the camera up a little bit or over to a different angle a little bit, and all of a sudden you have a much better view outside. yeah, it's so much of this stuff that when you start looking and paying attention to what's wrong with real estate photos, it suddenly becomes apparent, oh yeah, real estate photos typically suck because people didn't bother doing them better. Yeah, like, how crazy is that? That makes that place look so nice. And again, that's how it would look in your brain. That's the beauty of it. Anyway, so that's pretty much the end of that video, I think. Yeah, a lot of this is just the random places that he's shot in the past, but like, they're such nice looking places. Anyway, not that I'm suggesting that you spend anywhere near this much on a tutorial or anything like that, but if you're curious, look up f-stoppers. They also have, if you look up on YouTube, oops. Ah. I know I'm typing in way too much there, but yeah, where art meets architecture behind the scenes, look that up. It's not a ton of tips or anything, but it's the behind the scenes of them making these tutorials, and they actually have a fair amount of details and tricks you can pick up. Again, don't I don't, you're not going to spend this kind of time on a low-cost place. You and I both know that. It's not worth it. But if you're interested in using some of the tricks, you may be able to pick up a few things like positioning, what to do with it, like what kinds of shots he looks for. There are a few things in the behind the scenes that are still good to watch, even if you're not going for the full scale, like over the top heavy duty photography. Let's see. Okay, closing those tabs because they don't need to stay open. All right. And obviously, like right now I'm doing the unnecessary levels of cleanup and refinement on photos that honestly just don't need it, but it's something to do. I like doing this. Okay, we'll bring those highlights actually down because the backlight on that moss is just burning it hard. And the shadows up a little bit. I think that's good. Ooh. Okay, kind of recovering a lot out of this, but and yeah, post-processing on homes, honestly always appreciated product photography. Yeah, me too. Well, and in point of fact, actually, that same group, they did here's another. Let's see, the product photography guy. They've done, like, these are all their tutorials. They've obviously done a lot of different tutorials on different stuff. But, where's the product photography guy? Ah, the hero shot. Yeah, I've watched through this one. This one's crazy. I don't think they did a behind the scenes with this guy, but they did interview him and kind of have a separate thing. Anyway, product photography is nuts. I did actually, maybe I'll dig this up. I should still have it. Obviously, like, this guy's done major ad campaigns, stuff that's just way over the top. And I don't have any of the compositing techniques that this guy has, because holy crap, like, there's a lot of compositing going on there. Oops, let's get that out of there. What I want to do, I think I still have it. I did a I should still have the Photoshop of one of the review images I did a while back. I'm looking for it while this video plays. Let's see. Archived review public. There we go. I do still have it. Oops, damn it. Do not display zoom. I should turn that off when I'm streaming. Or streaming this. Is this the right one? No. Wow. Yeah. No, and yeah, exactly. The level of what this guy's doing is incredible. And I've been applying some of this stuff. I'm nowhere near his level, obviously, but this stuff, I would love to do. But again, I don't live anywhere near where you could realistically work with a company that needs these types of shots. Oh wait, was it the hero image? Okay, alright, I'm gonna just pause that video and bring up Photoshop. Here's the LG W7 or Watch W7 review that I did, what, 2 years ago? Something like that. I did a lot of this same kind of stuff with this shot, which, this is a huge file. This, yeah, this file is half a gig. So there's a bunch of layers. There's so many corrections on it. Actually, that's not as many layers as I thought it was, but still, okay, so kill the watermark. There's a color correction layer. We'll get rid of that. Well, actually, here's going back to the base layer. So this was this was one of the original shots. Okay, let's also kill these. Okay. Yeah, that's all of them down. Okay, so yeah, this was the original shot. I got another shot, or used a different shot that was bottom lit to add a little bit of this highlight to the bezel. This shot, oh yeah, this one added, yeah, this was better lighting on the bezel. Technically, it also wipes out the background, but that was for lighting purposes. So yeah, then, oh, color correction, because without it, this has this gold tint to it that is not real. It doesn't look real at all, so I color corrected it out to be a good silvery look. Then I added back in the watch face. I don't remember if that was from a separate shot. I don't think that's a screenshot. It could have been, but I don't think it was. Oh no, it definitely wasn't. What am I saying? I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, I masked. This was a separate shot that was lit specifically for the watch face. Then what happened in this one? Oh, this was a cleanup layer. You probably can't even see it, but this cleaned up two things. Okay, so it cleaned up right here. Oops, no, wrong layer. So now you can probably see it. I cleaned up tiny little specks of dust and hair and scratches on the watch, like on the lug. I got rid of, okay, nope, not that, damn it. Yeah, screw it. We'll just, there we go. Right here. Yeah, little specks of dust on the watch band, which I hate the rubber bands that they send with watches. They're always so bad. And it's more obvious up here. I had to do that a lot too. There's so many little specks of dust that got captured in this watch, or in this band. The texturing on the band was just awful. Then let's see, this one was color correction. The jeans, now legitimately this is more what it looks like in real life, but I color corrected to give the jeans a little bit more blueness, and I wanted the watch at this point to actually come across a little bit colder, so everything got a little bit more of a blue shift to it. And then I added the AP watermark. So yeah, and this is relatively lightweight, but I wanted to make a good looking shot for this. It's not like I cared. I'm not doing this to get paid to do a great looking shot. I mean, honestly, like anyone else that works at AP, I'll tell you right now, turn off all these corrections. I know people who happily would have posted this. They wouldn't have given it a second thought. This is one shot with a light on it. They would have posted this. This would have been a review photo for someone from AP. Some people might have cared enough to... Let's see. Can I... No, that's the wrong one. How about disable layer mask? Yeah. Okay. There are people who would have probably posted this, but just like brought down the brightness a bit. No question. There are people who would have. I'm not going to be that person. That is not how I roll. So yeah, you know, that's the kind of stuff that I like doing with a shot. And all it takes is putting a camera on a tripod, getting a few different shots. One of these days, actually, I've been thinking about this before. One of these days, once I've actually got a little bit better space set aside for it, what I'd really like to do is do a live stream of me doing product shots, and literally like just put a camera over top of what it is that I'm trying to get a shot of, and moving the light around and showing like, here's what I just captured, here's why I moved the light to this position, and here's why I moved it to this other position. It's weird stuff. I don't think a lot of people are going to be super interested in watching it, but it's the kind of thing I get interested in. So, you know, it's fun, and you know, that's obviously the kind of stuff that this guy is doing, where he's tweaking where the light hits. Let's jump forward a little, because the speaker shot, like what he did with this speaker was just incredible. Like he's edge lighting the whole thing, he's light painting it, and it's a lot of the same techniques that Mike Kelly did on architecture, except this guy's doing it inside of a studio, and he's controlling every single detail about where the light's hitting, and he's blending together different types of shots. One thing, I don't know if you can actually hear it in the audio of this one. I know you can't hear it on the stream, it's muted, but those two speakers are literally the same speaker. He just did two completely separate shots and is just resizing them. But you know, the things that you're doing with product photography can be nuts. And photographing a watch, I'll tell you, it is hard. Getting a good photo of a watch is not easy at all. Yeah, so anyway, enough of that. Hopefully those guys, well, I don't think they're going to DMCA the fact that I showed some of the videos of their advertisements on stream, but may as well cut it before it gets all the way to the end. Okay, anyway, back to this. I feel like bumping up again texture and clarity just a smidge. Probably a little bit on the vibrance. Considering enough of these photos are similar orientation shape, I don't expect all of them to get used, but I want the options, and it doesn't take that long to get a few of these in line. Yeah, we'll bring up a little. Slight contrasty look, and ooh, wow, that's got an afternoon sun look to it. How's that look compared to the original? It's funny. The original, holy crap. The original, both of these were taken obviously at like late afternoon, but man, this, particularly because of that stump there in the background, it just, that is like afternoon sunlight if there ever was any. Okay, let's see. Huh, Aqua still brings up some of those background elements. I'm gonna tune that down though. How about the greens will... Oh, we're in luminance. I don't want to mess with luminance yet. Let's get over to hue. Oof. Wow, that green just goes nuclear instantly. Tiny bit of green up. Let's see, aquas aren't really affecting anything we want to mess with. Not messing with blue. That yellow, holy god, that yellow is just like acid colors right there. I want to nudge them just a little bit. Actually, wait. No. If we go into the browns, they look like dried summer, late summer. I want a little more green to them. But the oranges. Nah. I like how this is looking already. This has that... God, it has such an autumn color to it. I kind of don't want to change this anymore. I like this already. This just looks like... All I really needed to tease out of this was a little more detail. Everything else just has such neat fall color to it, which, again, it's spring, but it's hard to go wrong with the fall colors. Okay, to Photoshop with you, and this one's gonna go super fast. There's like nothing that needs to be fixed in this, I think. Damn it. What is the shortcut? Is it H? No, J. Why is J the shortcut for healing brush? Okay, the infamous mark. Yeah, see, this is not dust. It's definitely not dust. It was some sort of a paint chip or scratch. Oh, and out of curiosity, the your real estate photographer or furs, however many you're using, did they ever do like drone shots? Because that's I mean, at this point I don't want to call it new. It's definitely not a new thing, but man, it seems like that is just like the automatic thing for any high value place now. Ooh, That's definitely a scratch that appeared eventually. Wait, did I just... Okay. Little bits of dust. It is weird how sometimes this dust does show up in ways that you don't even necessarily expect. You can scale an image down and sometimes the dust really just stays. Okay, your guy does drone shots or people. Ooh, I don't want to mess with this much dust. I think just clearing a little bit, like the biggest little specks here, is all I want to mess with. Because by the time I correct all of this, it's going to look super, super bad. Wow, that's an interesting effect. Oop. Damn it, I never saw this before. Now that I see it, that is just... Holy crap, that is so much. I don't think I'm going to be able to spot heal this out, but yeah, that's not going to work. We're rubber stamping that one. No, what am I doing? Yeah, there we go. Clone stamp. Actually, let's... Okay. Just making it kind of disappear through there, and then just going to kind of do this in a couple of passes. Actually, yeah. I don't think there's... Oh, ooh, wait. How's that looking? No one will see it. Okay. Yeah. If I muddy it out a little bit, that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, how's that looking at a distance? Yep. It hides it. That's what mattered. Man, that was weird. Okay. Oof. How did I get so much dust on this thing? Oh my god. Okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. Oops. Yeah, you're gonna be a difficult spot, aren't you? Might not be able to fix that one, actually. Well, not easily enough to make it worth it. Screw it. We're leaving that stuff. He'll be our little secret. A happy little dust. My God, you'd think I was actually in a dust factory. Man, I thought this one was gonna be the fastest of them. It was just gonna be like, you know, just like clean up the chipped paint and a couple of other spots and then be gone. And this one's quickly turning into the, oh my God, so much work. Yeah, I'm definitely, at this point, I'm wasting my time. Okay. All right, oh, yeah. And so this was a backpack. That does not look good. Let's see. I could probably just clone this out. I don't care about getting rid of the whole backpack, but I kind of want to get rid of that strap. Just work on, do that real quick and see how that looks. The thing is, thanks to the bokeh, it's not entirely obvious what this is. Let's get a little bit of color from the other side going in there. Just to kind of meld out that stuff. Now let's turn this down a little too. Alright, and maybe a little more to kind of color in this white spot, and then I think this will be sufficiently hidden from reality. Well, it now looks more like a garbage bag than a backpack. I'm not sure that's really a win, but... it may get cropped. That's what I'm gonna tell myself. If this image is kept, there's like an 80% chance it'll get cropped. Wait, where's the... No, where's... Damn it. Okay. No. What am I doing? I'm using all the hotkeys from Lightroom when I should be switching to Photoshop. I mean, if it does, in all sincerity, if it does get used, this is what's likely to happen to it. So, it will get cropped. Oh yeah, I know you didn't notice it. And again, like I said, that's the catch to this, is I'm going to notice so much more because I took the photos. I know what was up there. Like, you know, no one's going to know what it was. There's zero chance anyone is going to know what it was. But I know. And so I'm going to fix it. Though at this point, I like that crop too, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so saving that and closed. Okay, bouncing back to here. I really don't know that I'm going to end up using this one, but I'll give it a quick coverage. I already pretty well tweaked the light on this. Highlights can stay where they're at, as it turns out. Let's bring down the white a little bit more so the background's less overpowering, and brighten the blacks a little bit. This isn't meant to be a beautiful shot so much as a demonstration shot. And tweak up the clarity and texture a little bit. They're not going to be super prominent here. If I do anything with vibrance and saturation, it's just going to change the background. Oh. I guess not. It actually does a lot to that tree. Or, well, not tree, but the log. How about saturation? Yeah, I guess it would do that. Okay. I don't want to tweak either of those, though. I really like it the way it is, and those are actually, like, this is as color correct as it gets. I can tweak the oranges. They're not doing anything I care about. Yellow. I'll tweak the yellow towards the green just a tiny bit. Same with the green. I like the aqua where it was at. Blue. No. No, we're not on LSD. I think I'm actually going to bring up the saturation of the green just a little bit. Oh, does it even? Oh, the only place it's affecting I don't want to tweak. So how about the luminance? Actually, maybe I want to bring that down a little bit, darken up the greens. Okay, I think that's good. Just out of curiosity, does it make much of a difference? In detail, this makes a huge difference. Color-wise, almost nothing. I'm good with that. Yay for a quick one. Okay, and edits. Photoshop we go. And again, this one, like, this should... I don't want to jinx it, but I think this one should go quick. Okay, so that's an interesting result. Oh, this is just a weird light reflection. I know it looks like, given this location, it probably looks like head oil or something, but no, that's just, or should just be reflection. This, yeah, I'm making that worse. How about just darkening it a little bit? I could do this the correct way, but we're just gonna throw a little bit of burn into it and kind of darken those spots. It's really just not worth trying to fix that the proper way. Yeah, it's practically invisible. That actually worked out better than I thought it would. The burn tool almost never does anything for me. I think this is the first time in history I've actually been happy about it. Okay. God, the spot healing tool is so freaking good. And the fact that I painted out a piece of dust up here, and it paints in a mesh. It recognizes a pattern and paints in a mesh for you. Like, that is so smart. I can honestly say this is why, like, as much as I have wanted to switch to other like image editing apps, this is why I'm still on Photoshop. Like, seriously, Photoshop is way too good. Not gonna say what this looks like, and I'm pretty sure it's not what it looks like, but I want it gone. It looks really bad. Okay. Looks like an animal came across and, like, did a little bit of undesirable wiping on this log. Okay. I could probably do more to clean that up, but no one's gonna notice it at that level. Okay. It is kind of awkward to be doing this for an image for a review that I'm ultimately going to say, look, it's a really fun drone, but no one should buy it. Okay, I like where that one's gone. I think that's solid. So we're nearing wrap-up time, but I'm curious. So how are you liking this? Is a edit session a good watch? Bring up exposure. Is this better than games? the same, different, preferable, a good side thing. Why are... Man, I really thought shadows was going to have a bigger effect on this image. And these... I'm getting almost nothing on any of these sliders. Okay. Guess we'll balance about like that. That's a really weird balance, but seems like it might be the only way to go on it. Focus is a lot softer than I remember this too, but I can maybe fix a little bit of that. Yeah, this was not one of my better shots, but I needed something that has everything in the kit all in one, which is tough to do right. Okay, we'll bump up texture a fair amount, get that clarity going up. Because if you don't have nice sharp photos, you may as well fake it. I mean, really, at this point, no one's really going to notice it. Because like, there's no way it's not going to get cropped out to, like, here, in fact. This image, most people do not, when they post review photos, they're all about, like, the 4x3 or 16x9s. Well, not for review images, it's usually a lot of the 4x3s. I am a keen fan of doing review images that actually, like, fit into an article. And so I'm way more likely to actually crop it out like this. Yeah, maybe we'll bring in this edge a little bit, get some amount of balance going here. There we go. Okay, so this is definitely a bring up the vibrance a little bit. We'll pump that saturation. Okay, and get down here. I still need better music for the stream, but it's not too out there. Or again, I might just put it to you guys to pick music or follow along with, like I said, maybe play some music on a Discord channel or something. Oh man, I'm actually pretty okay with most of the colors already, except that red button right there is like wrong. Okay, if we bring down the luminance, the FPV mask is freaky. Hey, you've flown drones before, right? Am I mixing you up with someone else? I thought you bought a drone at one point, or am I can't tell if I'm mixing you up with Austin or not, or maybe C Saldana, but I think it was Austin. But I'll tell you, the FPV mask, oh my god, it is such... Yes, it looks crazy like this, but oh my god, it is such a game changer. It is so good. Your phone, like flying with a phone screen is fine. You can do it. But your phone screen is probably going to be pointed up at the sun as you're flying. it's gonna get washed out. It's not bright enough. It's small, so it's kind of hard to stare at. Man, using these goggles, so good. I mean, you can just see everything. Okay, it was awesome. Yeah, I mean, flying drones, like, it's not like super special. Some people make such a big deal out of it for reasons I don't really know. Okay, that's closer to what that red button's actually supposed to look like. Okay, let's bring up the greens for the grass a little bit. Let's brighten them a little too. I want this to still feel like spring. Is there Can we get... Oh, hey, the pine needles brighten up with this. Yeah, I like that being brighter. And nah, let's leave the red there. I don't want to screw that button any more than I have. I want some stuff to stand out in this shot besides just the background. So getting the foreground colors up really counts a lot. Yeah, it's not hard. I mean, to be fair, flying true FPV, like manual mode, or what's also known as acro mode for acrobatic, that's hard. Legitimately, that is really, really difficult. But flying just... whatchamacallit, flying just as like a regular DJI drone, really easy. There are a few things to know and learn, but it's a video game. Like, it's a video game in real life. Let's see, that blue is actually bluer than it is in real life. But I'm not sure if I really want to change that. I kind of like where it's at. Maybe if I tweak it a little. Yeah, there. I think that's good. Okay. I think... Oh, and sharpening. Sharpening, let's do some sharpening at this level. The DJI logo, we're going to sharpen up a fair bit. Boost that radius a little. And detail a little bit boost. Ooh, that's... Yikes, maybe. I can't do that much. Okay. We'll boost the sharpening a little bit. Get that detail. Yeah, that's that detail that's really just amping up the grain. Yeah, okay. Nail focus and camera, boys and girls. You won't regret it. Okay, so this one actually has a big edit to it. Not a big edit, but a big edit. You'll see. There's one thing I really, really forgot to fix when I shot this photo. So, fun fact, if you were to actually get this drone in the mail, there's a big sticker that would go right here. with the drone serial number. Well, I moved that sticker because it's ugly. What I didn't remember to do was remove this sticker, even though it's ugly. So we're just gonna see if we can't make this boy disappear a little bit. Okay, we're gonna try to do a soft pass to get rid of that. Last one probably didn't work. And then it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's damn near. Spot healing brush, it solves too many problems. Okay, let's shrink it down just a little more. And why be... there we go. You don't have to be good at actual editing if you have tools that can do this. Okay, this edge here is going to be tough. I don't know that I can actually do much to clean it up without getting in there and tweaking color. Man, I wish I had a frequency separation. No, that didn't quite work. Losing a little texture here and there, but I think that looks good. The only thing I have to figure out is that that's not gonna look good either. Let's change exposure down a little bit, and we'll just try. I don't think I can rubber stamp this, but maybe? I keep saying rubber stamp when I mean clone stamp. It's not working the way it should. Let's shrink that down a little more. I should have in the first place. Why? Oh. Let's ramp up the opacity. That would help. Let's see, am I... Yeah, that's kind of actually working. That edge is not clean, but it's not bad actually. I guess it's closer than I thought it was. No, I don't like that. That's looking bad. This is how it's going to get viewed. At this level, that looks perfect. Even zoomed in this far, it looks good still. It's not until here that I start to question why it looks that way, and even then I'm thinking maybe the plastic's just strained or something. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Making that perfect is not worth it. Okay, yeah, actually that kind of screwed that edge a little bit. Let's do this slightly more perfect. Okay. Ah, yes, the chip of paint, the mysterious paint chip that just is in every single shot of this damn drone. God, this image ended up so much noisier than I expected it would. Oops. I'll run a denoise on these images before I export them. Okay, and you. That wraps that one. Funny enough, for having a bigger fix to make than one of the previous images, that one was by far faster. Okay, so let's see, we've got, that was 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 that actually got Photoshop edits in them. What, another 7 outdoor shots that I haven't touched yet. Though, God, I'm really not going to keep these. I just don't like this shot at all. Is this even fixable? I don't think it is. The long shadows, there's so little room for colors to be improved except for the grass in the background. Let's see if we bump up the texture and clarity a little bit to try to spice it up. Let's see. Oh, wait. Vibrance? Oof. And saturation. Tiny bump. I mean, the image looks nicer, but it's still just... Yeah, side by side, definitely this looks nicer than it was, but this just is not an image to work with. Yeah, you don't like it either? Yeah. Okay, rejected. I don't like the posing. That's the biggest issue. I don't like how these are posed at all. So they're gone. They're dead. Adios, Caputo. I don't know that Caputo is actually a word, but it is now. Sorry, Spanish. You got a word from me. Let's see. And then, so it's, I'm not even sure I'll keep either of these. These are maybes, if I need them for the review. If anything, I'm thinking this one I might keep because the side view, you wish the stump was a different color. Yeah, sadly, that's the color it comes in. Too much gray. It is a really old stump. I mean, for what it's worth, this has been around for as long as I've been alive. I mean, unsurprising, I think, but yeah, that tree had been cut down before I was born. No profile images. But yeah, it's super old. For what it's worth, let's see, I bet technically it could be greened up a little bit, or it could be kind of given a bit of a, could we brown that a little? Yeah, nothing out of the reds. Technically, we can give the stump a different color, but, or hell, I could go into Photoshop and really give it a different color. But yeah, that's not what you're going for. Oh, hey, yeah, we could go for a pink sky. I mean, who doesn't like pink sky or purple sky? Sorry, I preferred blue. But yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, if this image were to get used, this will also get cropped way the hell down. Like, I'm guessing something to, probably something to this effect. Actually, maybe even more of the sky. Yeah. It's just, I don't know that I have enough need for this image. Especially since, geez, after cropping, these two are so similar. In fact, I just don't even like this one. The one that was originally like this. That one's gone. That was easy. So then it's just this side shot. I like this side shot. It's not that I think it's a good looking image. It isn't. Honestly, it's kind of ugly. But I like it because it could be useful in the review. The catch with review photos is they don't always need to look pretty. In fact, half of these shots I've been working on, they're all just kind of possible contenders for the hero image. Not necessarily actually going to be like body of the review, just like the head image. A lot of the review body is going to end up with, well, not a lot, but some of the review body is going to end up with these types of shots. And these are going to take like so little time to clean up because there's like no dust. Oh yeah, you're right. It does also show off the transparency in the shell. What's interesting about this is they actually do send a second color shell. A bright green, fully opaque shell that you can replace that one with. And boy, howdy, do you not want to do that. I mean, to its credit, it makes the drone way more visible, and if it ever gets lost somewhere, that's a good thing. The bad side of it is, there are two reasons you don't want to replace it. 3 reasons. 1, the green is ugly as hell. It's just like this crazy bright green, and honestly, I forgot to get pictures of it, but I didn't want to anyway. The second thing wrong with it is the process of replacing it, you have to unscrew there, on both sides. You also have the screw there, and there. You have to take those out. There are also, so a total of 8 screws. I think it's just 8. And then there are a bunch of clips that you somehow have to slowly wiggle it or maneuver and pop free. Oh, hey, remember I mentioned that there was a label with the serial number? There it is. I forgot to take it off in this shot. So this will also need to get fixed if I use it. I don't think I left it on any... Oh, it's still there in that shot. Oh yeah, it's way too much work for a shell. Now, here's where it also... and so all these photos were taken on the same day that I just went through. You'll notice the label's gone in this one. So yeah, I realized the label was there, or realized I didn't want it there in those shots, and removed it like 20 minutes in. Anyway, yeah, the other thing about the shell is once you have it off, you realize how flimsy it is. It is super thin, and it's flexible. You can just tell one good hard hit and that shell will just shatter, or at least crack. And the whole thing feels really sturdy and durable. But then you start wondering how much of that is because various parts are just held together really tightly. And maybe if this were to hit something at, say, 60 miles an hour, how many pieces is it going to end up in? That is a question that you just start asking yourself, and it's all because you tried to change the shell. Because, man, it is a flimsy shell. Okay, anyway, so it is 8 o'clock. I'm going to finish the rest of these photo edits offline, I think. Pretty sure. I also have to do video edits, but those are actually going to be really, really short and sweet, I think. I think. They should be, in all likelihood. But anyway, with that, I think tonight is a wrap. It ended up pretty quiet. I noticed C. Saldana took off partway through. So yeah, I'll figure out how I may also do photo edits in the future. It would be nice to... I definitely need to have the images culled sooner. That's one of the bigger things. Other than that, I don't know yet, but I will look into it. I'm also wondering if... Yeah, I don't know. Different things I need to consider. But yeah, it'd be nice if I could turn this into something of a regular thing. Because I know there are people out there who dig watching photo edits, and I wouldn't mind acquiring a few more viewers. 2-hour Friday stream or something. I would agree, but man, Fridays are so tough because of that damn movie post. That movie post makes Friday streams so hard to do. Because 9 times out of 10, I'll tell you, I am up. In order to do that movie post, a lot of times I'm up for the few hours at the start of Friday, like from like Thursday at midnight kind of a thing. I'm usually up during those hours starting to work on it, and depending on how tired I am or what the day was like going into that, sometimes I just go to sleep at a certain point and then wake up and finish doing the movie post. The whole thing takes actually a lot of time. And then sometimes I just, instead of going to sleep, I just work straight through, and it no matter what, that just takes it out of me. So I'm not so sure Fridays will ever be that feasible. Monday stream, possibly. Again, Monday's a little tricky just because, or it's not that tricky, but You know, if I do game streams on Saturday and Sunday, then doing another stream on Monday is 3 days in a row. So I don't know. I'm not sure. It's, if anything is more likely, it would have to just kind of take the place of a game stream or something. Not necessarily same day, but you know, time wise is the factor there, I think. Oh, good stretch on the back. Anyway, but yeah. Anyway, so with that, let's get OBS actually back in view. With that, yeah, I think that is it for today, or tonight rather. As usual, see you in Discord, and Ramblecast should be Wednesday as usual. So for anyone who comes and finds a stream later and watches, thanks. As always, feel free to support the channel with a Patreon or Streamlabs contribution. If you aren't already subbed, what's wrong with you? Sub, you fool. And well, with that, I am out for the night. Good night, everybody. As I find the right scene to switch to. All right, for real this time. Good night, everybody.